Oh, we are here. The day is here. The game is here. Man, I'm excited. I'm excited for this. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. We are back for stream. Sorry about Friday. I was frustrated, and I knew at that point of frustration. Give me in the video games. Hi, Batata. Hi, Snake. How you guys doing? Sorry about Friday. I knew I was frustrated on Friday with things, and I knew at that level of frustration I was going to take it out on stream. So today I had a little frustration, but I feel like this level of frustration I have controlled, and I think I got my doggo to wear glasses ultimately. But I think the level of frustration I have right now, very controlled, and basically down to the level that is not frustrated. So, so welcome to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, where we have two, the Great Ace Attorney and the Great Ace Attorney 2. So of course we're gonna start. Yeah, I have heard about the new Fatal Frame game. Well, it's technically not new. It's a port of the Wii U version, which I did not even know the Wii U had a Fatal Frame game. But it's being ported to the Switch. I know that one. And it's going to be somewhere in October. They're porting it. I think somewhere near Halloween, too, actually. But anyway, we are going to go ahead and start the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. I have heard this game is good. I have heard people were sad that it wasn't ported, and now it is being ported. It has been ported. I know like one thing about one of the cases because they showed it off at E3, which is the only gameplay of any new games they showed. But anyway, let's get on with let's get on with it, shall we? The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Start. Part of the carrots. Oh, ha. Oh, how's the audio levels? Am I good? Is the game good?
After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation.
Can you hear the game? Can you hear me?
Of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed
You want me to turn it up a little bit?
making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and
I need
some
to turn up the game.
was swept away by the tide.
Huh. Oh! Gunshot.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
That's the protagonist. What? Did we shoot someone? That's the protagonist, I'm pretty sure. Episode 1. The Adventure of the Great Departure. Why does that sound like gunshots? That sounded just gunshots. That's so much more jarring than any of the other sounds. Release attorney typing. 22nd November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 5. I still can't believe it. Okay, so this is. Do I voice him British or do I just voice him? Because in the trailers he's British. You got a British voice actor. Do you want me to do my best Brit, or do you want me to just voice him normally? The British characters I'm going to do British voices for, but okay, all right, Brit. Suffer. Hold on, let me take a drink then. I haven't voiced a British character in a very long while, and my voice gets performance anxiety. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the door to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? There's the... You're lucky. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was gonna say British and then say fuck you, claims Kermit. And then you didn't have enough, huh? That's why they're so high. Save your glares, murderer. You have no fucking eyes. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. That's how you pronounce it? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. How good? How good am I doing? That's enough! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue, or I will cut it off for you. Man just fucking casually pulls out a fucking sword. Are weapons allowed in the courtroom? Is that a thing? I don't think all weapons are actually allowed in the courtroom unless they're evidence. Unless, since this is like 1800s-ish Japan, maybe they still allowed weapons in courtrooms. Slice, dice, or mutant shoot. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, you... Yes, of course. Sorry. Shank him. What are you apologizing to me for? What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. I'll be the worst defense attorney, just shank anyone who disagrees with me. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though, I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But, obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me! I didn't do it! You know what? I'm gonna go back to voicing him normally. I'm just gonna... The whole game is going to be hard for me if I keep doing this the way I'm doing this. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Not as hard as that guy got shot. True, I guess. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Isogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still I didn't touch a button there. What was that last word? Did anyone catch it? Because I didn't. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is just a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. Look. You don't need to. I was kidding. My qualifications don't mean much yet. You said exactly the same. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. I should have done some fucking vocal exercises before this because I knew I was going to talk throughout this whole thing, because this is just a game that is dialogue with very little voice acting. But I didn't think that far ahead, and was also looking for my capture card, which had disappeared beforehand. But now it's here, so we're good. Just moving my tongue around, if it doesn't look attractive, then I'm sorry. But, you know. Just trying to get to the point where my tongue can say things, my tongue can do twisters without trouble. That's the one. My brain, I can't do any exercises with my brain. It's just the way it is up there. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I really hope they don't say America. I'm really proud for you, I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. What? His temple? What temple? What? Oh, it's probably just an analogy, whatever. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. Ah, the heart of the British Empire. I see. Do you agree with that? That's the most sophisticated legal system in the world, Snake? I don't know anything about Britain. I don't know about their legal system. Is my window open, or can I just hear the cicadas through my fucking window? I think my window's open. Heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better get going. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a lot longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. Ah, high-class Western restaurant. See you in English class then tomorrow. Tomorrow then, partner. Partner? Hey there, pilgrim. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Ah! Hello. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well then, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He's looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. That's the Maya of this game, I think. If only just because of the clothes and the bun. Like, that's all. It's just that that alone, you know, just says it all to me. All right then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. I think I switched their voices. Oops. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name before. A name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree with Kazuma studying abroad. Okay. So he has told me about you. You and your best friends, I understand. Pretty sure that's actually not allowed, now that I think about it. In current court standards, I don't think you can actually be related to the defendant. I'm pretty sure that is actually not allowed. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Yosogi has been granted permission to go and study abroad in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. Okay, I'm confused. Why? Like, okay, I get it that it's like he's not technically not doing his job properly, but like, it's yeah, whatever, man. It's weird. What? Ah, as I suspected. You were unaware of this. I had a feeling Yosogi may have chosen not to tell you. Did you defend me? Knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration is to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Whoa! The violins started firing up. They revved up the violins. The fucking violins, man. So I brought Wreckfest. You can do demolition derbies and cars. That's boring. Why not a toilet or so for a lawnmower? And no, this time I'm not fucking with you. You can. That's great. That's funny. Do you hear those violins, Snake? Do you hear that they revved those up as soon as as soon as the peculiarities were mentioned? That was fucking cool, man. That was great. I'm already loving the music. Sorry? What do you mean? Is the outhouse fueled by Taco Bell? Probably. You'll soon understand. Just got back. But do you hear them violins though? Do you hear that? That is fucking, I love that. It's really good. The RPG. This is the lead up to an RPG boss battle. Fight him quick before he reaches his final form. His mustache grows gold and grows longer, like Nappa. But then, what should I do? Phoenix 6 feet down. Well, accidental great pun? What do you mean? Naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. If Phoenix never died. Right, so... Phoenix 6 feet down. I don't get it. Phoenix. Oh, Phoenix down from Final. I get it. I get it now. As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, "I do." I do? But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. The judge is asking you to marry Ryunosuke, Asogi. It's clear you two have some feelings for each other. You're getting married today. This whole court thing, this whole you being accused of murder, that was just a prank, bro. You're getting married today. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Ah, we see my surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Isogi must not be the defense lawyer in this. What? What? When were the... What? Why? You were so nice to us, are you fucking just like, well, fuck you. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours. Oh, so he's asking me to just go, yeah, no, I don't need a defense lawyer. I'll just fuck off to jail. Like, is that what we're doing? There's no point of advocating for the likes of you anyway. God. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Cosmo's dreams of studying abroad are over. What's more, he'll be found guilty. Murder. Of murder! And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. My dual destiny. Get it? Because that's an Ace Attorney game. Dual destinies. Get it? Just fucking bang! 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 To think about Ryunosuke's eyes just going fucking everywhere. They're fucking pinballing around. Bing, 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 bing. God. This is a courtroom. Supreme Court of Judicature. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh my god! How many ancestors does this guy have?
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Oh god. It's really funny seeing an ancestor of this man portrayed in full 3D. Like... hold on. He looks so silly. Dude, I love him. Alright. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense.
Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate.
That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself.
Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. And this is an unusual circumstance. I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial?
This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That is the question Professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I think I have to answer I do, just slowly closing up to the judge's face. Just like, Fuck it. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. Oh, did I? Yes! Yes!
What is the meaning of this unruly outburst?
I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself.
You'll be... what?
What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything. Just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. I think I won't be able to get you off. I hope he means off the hook. You really think I can't get you off, Ryunosuke? Well then, we'll see about that. It's just that, oh, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes, I knew that's how you feel. This is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in.
Very, very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, Counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. There's the pose. There's the Nick pose. This is definitely Nick's descendant then. Perfect. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still try not to look so bewildered. Wow, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
As you're no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the various highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken.
My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it no more than I am.
So let's start with the very simplest of questions.
Oh, yes.
Kindly stand before the court. State before the court the name of the victim in this case.
Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. Oh, I'm so nervous I can't remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information in this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of R. Ah. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press R for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. There's my lawyer badge. I present my lawyer's badge. That's a university collar pin. My lawyer's badge. The list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with R. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court report, then press X to present it. Try it now. Okay, we can see ages here. Cosmo is 23. Yujin is 42. Uchi is 51. Hold on, let me read some of these. Second year at the Imperial Yume University, he's my best friend, and despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. A medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University, he's an authority in forensic medicine and Cosmo's mentor. The lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have a little love for the changes, have little love for the changes cultural reformation has brought about. John H. Wilson. This is definitely not a man from Japan. The victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University in the British Empire. Oh, good show. Jolly good.
Yes!
I love that it's not take that. Or or hold it. It's fucking yes! What if it was like fucking maybe, I don't know. Maybe. Oh, the victim was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of the esteemed member of your own university. He's a visiting professor. Shut up. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor of England, invited to UMA University 3 years ago.
Indeed. It's the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations.
There can't be anyone here who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Now, I'm hoping that's a thing that didn't actually happen, because I have no idea what that is. Then again, I am not a British citizen or a Japanese citizen. I am from America, so this probably has no bearing on me. Still going smoothly. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Ugh, but I didn't do it.
This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution on this matter.
In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting English policymakers. And you're convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Well, our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. And I was holding the murder weapon. Oh dear. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English then. English tomorrow then, partner. British Empire. Wow. It's incredible to think... Wait. What? That guy right there. That's who we're focusing on. That's the man. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table. Oh, no, I thought he was already dead. And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson.
Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death.
The cause of death? Well, obviously that was... Mionosuke. Remember that in the court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do Do it now. Do it now! Now! Ryunosuke, find the cause of death of the professor! Do it now! Now! Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Oh, oops.
Yes!
Yes! Yes! Captain Falcon is just the character, is the main character now. Yes! Instead of objection, is Falcon Punch! And hold it as show me your moves! Fuck. I have just created the weirdest alternate timeline. Yes. I don't know why this animation is making me laugh. It's so good. It's just looking through paper. That surprise. Oh. So good. According to this document, this victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the postmortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The postmortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way? I don't know much about Japanese history. Or court proceedings. But is that really how it's done? Wow! Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by powder explosion. That's right, guns aren't fucking just use gunpowder. Like actually use like gunpowder. In other words, we can assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Ah, these newfangled photographic print fees. Yes, quite. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's a photographic print? Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail's incredible. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. What the fuck was that? T-posed for dominance first, and then he settled down. Certainly, Your Excellency. So without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. Yes. Ooh. Yeah, we don't know what Nice. Okay. She has shown me medical supplies that we have now, like band-aids. Just in case. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikutoba? Yes. Clearly the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Wait a minute, how windy is it? I've just realized that they are flowing in the wind. How windy is it in this courtroom? Is there a fan going? Are they like Spawn's cloak? They have a mind of its own? Why does that look like Simon Blackquill? Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hasunaga. Hosonaga. I am the lead waiter at the Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. You got a little, just a little something there. Just... are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. You know, I just regularly cough up blood sometimes. It's fine. You know, it's good. You know. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It became a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in the district's so-called restaurants on an Occidental eatery 3 days ago.
Understood. Hosonaga-san, will you kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident?
At once, sir. And no petty introductions from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question.
Them bells.
We had few diners at the time of diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there was only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out, so I hurried to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Yes! Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up the gun I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him!
Objection!
Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But...
The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized. Defendant Naruhodo.
Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. Ugh. If I may confirm one point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around at the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there's the violence again. There's a woman sitting opposite him at the table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Wait. You have to wait for his full testimony, right? I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, your parents tell you to study. You're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never get into Yuma University otherwise. You can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want right now, you'll seriously regret it when you are found guilty. Hello, mouth? Can you please operate at the correct level, please, so that I can possibly get words out correctly with correct diction as well. Possibly. All right, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? No! I'm not! I literally said I'll defend myself just because I fucking could. But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of the events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant, so it was that as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout. Drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It wasn't a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. How can you see that? Well, you clearly are a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Is there a problem? Add the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Okay, that's gonna loop the whole time. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Sorry. So the court has now heard a precise recom? Sorry. It's the only joke I can make. of the case?
Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in the close proximity to the victim was the defendant on the trial that day. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo,
Yes, Your Excellency.
if you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in the terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. You think I should do, Kazuma?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another. One way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikatoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. And you're just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive that evidence really is. I do love the stop making empty threats, bring it the fuck on, bitch approach that Kazuma's going for. Oh, man. Actually, hold on. I want to see business card. Kitchen entrance. Oh. X. Oh, that's interesting. That's probably going to be drawn upon later. These look like erased. Anyway, you're a lovely person, sir. You're nice. Thank you. Thank you, Potato. Very nice to hear. That chub hub. That chub hub emote is really good.
Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings.
Well, you've been warned. The way young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Saint in the street, devil in the sheets. A few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witness.
Very well, officer. Bring forward the witness at once.
And with that, I'm gonna take a break. I need some more liquid so that I can talk throughout this whole stream. So we're gonna take a bit of a break. We're gonna take a 10-minute, nice small 10-minute break, as it were. So I suggest you guys go get a snack, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any, if you need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we will have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I'll see you guys in a bit. I have attained liquid and also stretched. Oh. And I just pop a neck. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Army, Imperial Army Sergeant, Aisa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Kyoryo Korikuta at your service.
Antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with the interested parties regarding the curios which make my business. I can't understand the word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer. That sounds like he's the regular La Carnival. I say thank you. Thank you. I did it on Friday. And I started growing stubbly by yesterday. I was like, I looked in the mirror at my in the bathroom at my work. I was like, what the fuck? Why am I stubbly? I was like, why? Already? I just shaved. What the hell? He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking a foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who
Was there a noise that I missed? Because it felt like I heard a noise.
A black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir!
This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange So I wasn't the only one who heard that noise. I see. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Oh no. On the chat, we've been, we found there's some cups, I guess, and it was, like, they, them, she, her, and cool hat, and it was, and the above caption was, yes, the 3 genders, and, one of my friends, Chris, Klett, who's been on the stream a couple of times, he said, I expect to be called, I expect to be called Cool Hat for my pronouns from now on. And I renamed him as Cool Hat in the chat. And now people are like, wait. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred.
Sir, yes, sir! Standing by, ready to report!
Sir, what is that noise? Unsavory memories are the most acrebic?
A Krebic afternoon.
He's shaking as he's standing there. He's vibrating. What the witnesses saw.
I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes.
What is that noise? It's a baby crying?
The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Well, I found that I found at the very least one of the contradictions.
The gun was fired from the front. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim.
That is a baby. That is a baby. He has a knife. Why does the old man have a knife?
Yes, sir, affirmative, sir. The wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in, when an old man is given a knife and no one questions why, when an Englishman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. That was not a smart move, Ryunosuke. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang! So it was a different gun. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal in the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now! As we've heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimonies of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It's time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestiges of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial.
Yes!
Yes!
What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst?
I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma's so commanding. It makes my heart skip a beat every time he shouts objection.
Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses.
Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statement. How so? You didn't fire the gun, which means that soldier, what that soldier said, has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's get to it. Let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. This slight smack, just the. All right then, it's all or nothing.
Cross-examination.
Testing regular beef steak at the restaurant.
Yes!
I'm going to do all the pressing.
Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique?
I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Ask anything that bothers you. Alright then, the beef steak you mentioned. What kind of food is that?
Attention!
Beef steak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill, and served piping hot. Oh.
If food could receive medals of honor...
Where is that baby? Where is that baby, dude?
Beef steak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet.
Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that?
Attention!
You're so nice on voiceover, so thank you.
Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal, loose, tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in baking cooking oil. Accept your guilty voting, atone for your crimes, and when you are released from prison, try it.
I think if I'm guilty of murder, I don't think I'll get out of prison. Yes, sir. I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. So, next question. Love that he raises his hand each time. True student. I didn't get to see. Negative! What was the question? Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Prime Presser awarded. I have achievements. Alright. Stolen the virtues.
Yes!
I have no idea what you're talking about.
A Koban, boy.
A Koban? You mean an old Edo coin?
The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with said item secreted in my bottom pocket, in the hope of an affluent
What the fuck is that word? Cognizant?
Affluent cognizant appraised of its indisputable value being present.
So, you were hoping to sell your Koban coin? To Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant? Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that the penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a koban. Isn't that so? Well...
You little upstart cadet! You want to act disrespecting a superior officer to your illicit crimes, do you?
Blatant support... Isn't it insubordination? Isn't it insubordination?
Blatant subordination!
No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might just be the word I was looking for, though.
In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of midday luncheon. There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman beside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect.
I see. I know what I need to present, but I'm going to press anyway, just to see some of the fun Ace Attorney dialogue. Man, I am just stiff and not stretched today. All right.
Yes!
So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time?
Affirmative, I saw you! Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian.
But that's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please.
What's that, Private?
Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me... It must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table.
And so what if it was?
Well, if that really is the case... It would mean that you didn't, in fact, see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun.
And double my sixth sense.
Your what, good sir? Your fucking what, good sir? Sixth sense. Sorry?
My sixth sense of danger picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating off your foul mind.
Sixth sense of danger was picking up that you might murder someone. Hold on. You might murder someone. Murder is illegal, you know. You can't just go around murdering people.
Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet.
Surely that's not really possible, is it?
Do you think I would have gotten where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? I also got there because I have a baby somewhere stored on me.
Is the baby just in the back of him? Is like the front of him a papoose? Like the back at... Does he have like the back of the papoose? Sorry, no. The front of the front of a papoose. And then the back is where the baby is? Well, it would seem the soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. Oh, I didn't mean to. This is where I need to press, but, so the Black University Cadet, you're saying that was... Ah! I've just had about enough of your sauce, Cadet! Who else do you see around in a black uniform, Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fit the description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel! You wouldn't load the firearm on that man. From behind his back, and you call yourself a citizen of the great empire Nippon? You disgust me. You disgust me. Oh. It's his fucking face. Oh. What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you gathered in the court record. And if you find the inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence in court, thrust it in the witness' face, make him choke on it, and then stab him with my sword. No, I was on my hands and knees investigating where... Yeah. Oh, oops. I wish there was a way of advancing the test faster. Please go faster, text! This is just tutorial, please, just come on. Come on! You can hear them for eternity, so keep your head on and measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Good luck, partner. Partner.
Yes!
On your hands and knees? Could you explain that, please? That's right, spurning the arthritis I was, in order to retrieve the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to? The Koban, of course! The exquisite Hosei Koban coin! I had just been showing the red treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, was there no more? It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. Hence I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened. Bang! You heard the gunshot, you mean? None other than that, though it was no concern of mine. I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred? Indeed, myself I did not. Oh, oops. There we go. Okay, because it was text I hadn't seen before, I couldn't advance it forward. But now I can. Come on. Come on. Alright. Just going to present this. Look at this photograph! Every time makes me laugh. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, I have to X.
Yes!
Ellipses all around. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I wish to say, but the words won't come out. It just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in the Grand Courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. Couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Cosmo, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense. There is a clear discrepancy here. The sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Aisa Nosa.
Yes, sir. What, sir?
The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the Englishman, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witness the crown of my old military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be.
And why not, cadet?
Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Baby! I knew it, baby! Baby! What the baby? Why? Baby! Baby! Why do you got a baby here, dude?
Oh,
What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again.
Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa?
Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable.
Until the moment I heard...
Okay. Maybe. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ayasanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Gah! There's the baby. It's been a complete turnabout. It's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. He said it! He said the thing! He said the thing! He said the thing! It's ace attorney. Now all we need is great adventures. But I definitely saw him! The university kid there! He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back!
Yes!
Yes, I agree! But I never fired the gun! All I did was pick it up off the floor!
And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either.
Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Oh yes, you were looking for your Koban coin, weren't you? Indeed, the prized away era Koban. Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. Bang! You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Oh, I see.
As I'm sure everyone present is aware, the case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon.
Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now.
What's your position, Prosecutor Ryushi?
Worry not, Your Excellency. Defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Hanaruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he?
Very well, the court invites you, the witnesses, to testify again. You will thoroughly explain your reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir, at once, sir! Awaiting signal to testify, sir!
Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir! Name, Ado, whatever.
Seeing those straps there is a sign of the sergeant being strapped to too strapped to afford a nanny.
Ido 10, son!
Our father is about to... I don't like the snot bubble. Our father is about to quill the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. I don't like his snot bubble. It's very not okay. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment that the firearm was discharged, it was almost the same thing. Almost only counting horseshoe hand grenades, sir. Yes, the pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. That young lad in black. That much I myself didn't see. Furthermore, visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that there were only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out!
Yes!
Oops. Wait, that's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman! There was a young woman at his table! You must have seen her! Everyone there must have seen her!
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the crime scenes, counsel? Indeed, of the table that the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Photograph from the crime scene. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that no one else saw that woman. That woman, right there. This one. Right here. I can tickle her, I can, like, put my finger through her hair. Oh, we were forced to the same thing, huh? He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true! I saw her! I swear that I saw the woman with him. It would seem that we will be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain in no time at all. Witness testimonies we just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the Treaty of Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Ayuchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. The famous pose. How could this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? What you say is true. And there's nothing going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it. To draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. Defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Oh, man. Ooh, sorry about that. Oof. Voice acting takes a lot out of me. True culprit. I want the precise moment the firearm was discharged. Almost the same.
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun.
We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of an uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet.
I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? Attention! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears. The very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? And let's not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in the most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korokuta-san? Korokuta. That one.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. Not a young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time, but I told you already that's because I picked it up off the floor. Hold on 1 second. I am going to shut off the cam for a second and shut off my mic. I'm going to blow my nose because there is mucus and I don't want it there. Alright, that should be good. Should be. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. That's all, folks. The boy said in the chair. The desk of the chair. I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, bang! Gunshot rang in my ears.
Full of events beyond our control, life is.
Sorry? What do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up when, which precipitated the testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result.
I don't think not finding an ancient coin and being accused of murder are equally testing predicaments, but sure, I guess.
Anyway, the fact remains myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that they were the only person present. Okay, hold on. There's definitely something wrong there. Hold up. It's a bit weird. Bit weird, don't you think? And he's facing away from the stake. In which this fucking photo focuses on. That was not where he was sitting. But I don't know how to fucking prove that yet. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak. Oops, wrong one.
Yes!
You must have been with someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel like I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Only there'd been more people dining here there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. A quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. What you'd expect.
Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim wasn't eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It seemed that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
At a clinic. Yeah, hotel clinic. Yes. There would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m.
Right day of the incident. So the victim went for late lunch following his appointment. That explanation could not be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really had no bearing on the case. I wonder... What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request it for to be entered in the court's evidence if you think it could be useful. Ask for it. Yes, of course. Ask for it to be submitted.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for the medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention the victim's movement prior to his arrival at the restaurant are no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have the right to explore all possible venues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence.
Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Huh. Adults not understanding, young adults' rights. That's weird. It's not like that's ever happened before. Oh, is there kindly advocates? Oh god. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Yeah, we don't need a break, but I do need the piece. I will be right back. See you in literally just a second. Sorry, I'm back. We have to explore things from every possible angle, if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate the accused, Kurakuta-san. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Yes!
So, you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone? That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen. There's only a single beefsteak on the victim's table, a meal for one. No. The antique dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who have testified before. Not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Yes!
Alright. Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There's a woman sitting across the table from the professor. It was me. I am the woman, see? See, I'm doing the best I can to imitate the face of the... I can't see it. So you guys are gonna have to tell me if it looks the exact same. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for the both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. Also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But I... If such a woman, oh hey, Chris, was indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. You've gained some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, it's a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence have a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Per se, you could take a close look at the piece in question. Yeah, use the control stick. Oh, shit. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using that, okay. You can read the crosshair right for clues. Oh my god, that may have been missed before. Sorry for all the yawning. Been getting terrible sleep lately. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't anything to be learned by examining it in more detail. I need to use that. Yes, I know what I need to do. Please. Let's have a look. Some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they use laughing gas. It's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from being in pain. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Huh. That's a little weird. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. The medical report card's information has been updated in the court record. This new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Medical service premises, the only person present. Dining all by himself. Okay, so dining is what I need to. Hold on, I wanna see. I wanna examine this one. Yes, Mom? Sure, yeah. Well, that's new information. Hold on. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosanaga. Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosanaga? Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosanaga. Primary Colonel, yeah. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. Well, let's face it. The police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here. I had to just, you know. I had to check, you know. Alright, well. Presenting that.
Yes!
I have a question, sir. Well, I think, Are you about, what are you wittering about, what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer. I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I am the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. You raised your hand straight up like that? Purposefully. You knew exactly what it is you wanted to say. Don't you feel that you have to choose your words carefully? Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. Thank you for the advice. Korekuta-san? This medical report card belonged to the victim. Ah, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on the report card with the witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's some... Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. This is merely known. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has just heard have been clear and concise. The medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides the pale-faced pupil who could have possibly... This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? The outburst half petrified me, boy! Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Yeah, it means brush your teeth, asshole. It means take care of your goddamn teeth. I say as I need to be more diligent at taking care of mine. Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He has orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Korekuta-san. What, boy, what? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effect of the anesthetic. Ah! Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food on the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? damn it. I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely.
So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? This court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel?
Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it! So, person eating the steak of the victim must have been the victim himself, me! The two witnesses, an as yet unknown third party, bitch. Obviously, you can only win someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim could not have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence that of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, their only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have an issue with them, those two witnesses on the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Fucking Kazuma is just going in. He's like, fuck! He's like, fuck you! We're pushing this trial into maximum overdrive! Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Whoops. Oh. What? What did you just say, Korokuta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now, hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
That is something that we have not heard about. We knew there was a lady there, but a lady from overseas. What is the... oh, that's not Korokuta. What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one
Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order, order! Council, explain what is going on here.
It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Well,
Oh! The kid fucking pulling on his mustache. Shit! Ow! Bastard, that hurt!
that's classified.
So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you?
You wouldn't. This can't be happening.
Ryunosuke, judging by the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Yuichi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could have only been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas on who might be behind this? If we can inform who tried to silence these witnesses, we can continue our pursuit. I need to pee again. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a little bit of a break in just a second. So we need them to name whoever it was to try to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. We already know who that is. We, quote-unquote, accidentally discovered it. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it really was did wield this, his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined the piece of evidence in more detail and fell behind a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose.
I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait. Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this,
Well, Your Excellency. Oh, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout at the first name that comes to my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is going to be revealed after we take another 10-minute break. So, I suggest you guys go get a snack, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, such as like feature animals if we have any, if we need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we will have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I will see you guys in a bit. Hello. I have acquired snacks and drank. But we're back. Besides the prosecution, the only person with necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is Satoru Hasanoga, who is 29. How old is this guy? 67. Okay.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hasanaga-san. Hasanoga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! Excuse me, don't use that kind of language in a courtroom. You dick. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Mianosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Hasanaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence: the waiter's business card. Shit. The waiter's business card. Yes. The plight of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but though I'm not sure we can include anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's the interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front. The front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hasanaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! Oh, hey, Santal's online. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Hi, Han! How are you doing? I just saw you got online on Switch, and so did everyone else. How are you doing this fine morning? Or evening, in my case. I almost spilled all over myself. That would have been great to see on stream. Ooh. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand... Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen a foreign gentleman at the scene? Well... Hold it. It's the waiter! I knew it. Inspector Hosonaga? I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and enter the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem?
Hand the plan over to the court officer at once.
Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over the business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course! Your salary must be... I was working undercover. I just love that. He's just like, oh, it's because your salary was cut. It's because I was undercover, you dick. Oh. Well, sorry to assert. Okay, my microphone. I need to do something about my microphone, then. Anyway. Yes, there have been a series of incidents at that restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide.
Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court.
Of course, Your Excellency.
We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this or the other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct?
Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Bang! As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair. Beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth come out! Bruno Mars is gay! The truth come out. Does Bruno Mars is gay? So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? Do you mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? Then I think it would be in everyone's best interests not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman had been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. Is the volume okay? Am I good with my volume? My volume okay? Is the game's volume okay? Can you hear both reasonably well? So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! One possibility does spring to mind. Well, what do you mean, Cosima? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical facilities research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity at first. Hold on, let me turn down just a little bit.
And the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector.
The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table is a certain Miss Jezeel Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical facility. Well, what is happening here? I admit that under orders in the police bureau, I erased all evidence of the ladies present at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation.
Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency! That would mean missing the noon deadline of the ruling and the order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes, sir.
You will locate the Jezeel Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency.
At once, Your Excellency. But that means he'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before. Oop, wrong one. Wrong button. It is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. Nothing will get in my way. Except for maybe coughing up blood. That might get in my way. You know, see someone coughing up blood coming up to you, you might want to run the other way.
Court will adjourn briefly. Prosecution must call the English student Jezeel Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency.
Good. Then we'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
To be continued. Yes, please save my current progress. Oh, Malwarebytes, please. Thank you. I hate that it sounds like gunshots. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, I started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Oh, forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, looks like you've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Jezzael Brett. Jezzael Brett, student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observations are one thing I'm sure of. As expected from a descendant of, a pre-descendant, that one, I guess, of Phoenix Wright. Yes, I can see that. So about this young gentlewoman. Yeah, all this, like, oh, I picked up the gun, bang. Yeah, I knew it was this game. Professor Mikitoba. Well, it seems I was right. Pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as the lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avoid the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma?
So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way.
Kazuma?
Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man.
To me?
Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have personal connection to this case.
Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier in the morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim?
Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UME. And it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that before.
Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify them and punish the culprit as quickly as possible.
But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman who's involved with our police bureau and went to the extraordinary lengths to hide.
Yes, I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. There's no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck!
Thank you!
Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-san.
Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back to the courtroom at once.
It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then... I'm fairly certain I've already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like, from UMA Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Such a good person. Thank you. Thank you, Batata. It means a lot. Especially as gunfire's going off in the background. Bang! Bang, 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 bang! Bang, 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 bang! Bang!
The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Yuichi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, what the fuck is a stripling? The prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Oh, sorry. Jesus Christ, Cosmo.
Shut up! Shut up, you jumped-up rookie boy! You and our friend know nothing! Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in! By aligning ourselves with the great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student and who could arguably study harder, too. But standing here in our Supreme Court, there is one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Oh. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Council. The court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system. That exists solely for the pursuance of truth. That in mind, the trial will now resume with the next witnesses taking the stand.
Oh my god! What is that hat? Well, what a delight to welcome such a fine gentleman to Japan, and from such a distant land!
Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions will take place without tea.
Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hasunaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival, but my true...
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hasunaga, what are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first.
Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? The description of the amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but your powers of observation aside, your powers of description are solely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Anyone read that? I can't. I don't know what the fuck that says. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but, what? Is Hosonaga really gonna play fucking middleman? The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yuma University's medical facility.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of a delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand the word you said, but it was a beautiful as hummingbird song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating the words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You obviously do fine in England, Cosima. Her English doesn't rally you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke.
The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant,
3 days ago, damn.
at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct?
Is that meant to be readable? I hope it's not. She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. Yes, what? Yes. Yes, what? Yes. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of this wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight.
Do you mean to say?
Yes, the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Which is untrue, but okay, sure, whatever.
Order in the court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? We have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is.
Unfortunately, I'll have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described.
Honestly, looking at my TV for the footage, it looks so much better. Like, the footage here is fine, but like, goddamn, on the TV it looks fucking crisp. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
No, ladies first. From historical point of view, that doesn't have chivalrous roots at all originally. Oh. Huh. Did you... Hold on, did you go back and watch some of the VOD? Or are you just talking about right now?
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! And this, and look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Because a pretty woman has all the sway in court. Especially when she's so delightful looking. And especially when she has a swan on her head that could attack at any moment. Nice used to say ladies first and let the ladies go through the doorways, because if there was an assassin behind the doorway, they would have time to draw their sword. Ah. I see. Technically still chivalrous. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. Welcome to medieval Europe. Yep. I mean, we're not in medieval Europe. We're in 1800s Japan at the moment. Ugh, but he's so annoying. The Pain family usually very much is annoying, so... Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. Uh-huh. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. Which is to say, she wore a fucking live swan! As you can see, there's nowhere about her person that she can conceal a firearm. Nowhere! Nowhere on her person! Nowhere on her person could she conceal a small English-made pistol. Nowhere. I mean, I don't see any problem with that testimony. I don't see any problem with that testimony at all. You know, except for the fact that she's wearing a large hat! Like, come on! You could, even if it was not, like, on her head, like she wasn't concealing it under the hat, she could have put it in the fucking swan! As much as I was joking about it being a live swan, there's definitely a decorative swan. And if you haven't seen British fashion from the 1800s, yes, they did wear hats that big. I don't think swans were usually a part of their hat, but they were that large. So anyway. See, there we go. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden the weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. The hat! The hat! She is wearing a large hat. Wearing a large hat. Wearing a large fucking hat with a swan that could be hollow for all we fucking know. These are the witness's own words on the matter. Ugh, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could... Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke, no. Ryunosuke, stop. Stop it. Get some help. What the fuck? Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't find the gun I picked up! There must have been another gun that day! You're right about that. Actually, stuffed animals were used as decoration for hats in the 1800s. Stuffed swans, though? Feel like that would be too heavy. Stuffed, like, you know, chipmunks, rabbits, that would be a little lighter. A stuffed swan, even though it's, you know, it's fucking stuffed, would probably still be heavy as hell. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we'll need to pull her testimonies apart. Ah, that smirk. Defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Insects, fruit, flowers, stuffed birds like owlheads, Baltimore, orioles, hummingbirds, blue jays, robins, bluebirds, woodpeckers, and even prairie hens. Prairie hens! Damn! Yeah, maybe I was wrong. Fucking hell. Frightening and sorrowful sight. Arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon. Hold on, let me just... I'll check my stuff here. We have our lawyer's badge, technically. Postmortem report. I don't think that has anything to do with anything here. Photograph of the victim. See a photograph of... Hold on. Let's go through this whole thing here, because I had arranged for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. And not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I can't be the culprit. Okay, let's start pressing things then.
Yes!
Yes! After 2 p.m. in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue. Are en vogue, isn't that right? I can read that one clearly. No. Ugh. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such a wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered for myself only. Okay. I want to see if I can't suss out something. Well, let's go through it first.
Yes!
Let's go pressing, you know, as you do in Ace Attorney games. You go and press and press and press. So you hopefully get another statement, or you run out of statements and you kind of gotta go, He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he had a tooth removed at the Hota Clinic, right? That's right. You're supposed to actually check at the witness before answering? Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She had heard the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who had the stake pictured here. Isn't that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on a far side of the world to be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady, I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. It appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Glass of water each? Glass of water each, you say? Nothing in that picture says a glass of water each. There is one glass of water. Nothing in this picture either. It is very meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, I'm bullshitting here. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Well played. He's playing the devil's advocate. The devil is literally right next to him. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added. Oh God, to the official testimony. Gladly, she said. It was brilliant, Cosima. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. You say for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of water, which is bullshit.
Yes!
So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, didn't you? Did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And beef snake. The beef snake? The beef snake, yes. I love myself a good beef snake every once in a while. And the beef steak, that was for you, Miss Brett? The lady says that she heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in the Great Britain. Oh, that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as its people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True, come to think of it. First time I tried carbonated water was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to the witness's statement. Oh. Somehow I feel like there's something out of place, and yeah, I know that, but I'm pressing every... Oh, his face. Can I make that an emote? Someone get that face, and then we just like make it Podge surprise or something? Podge realization? Podge realize, something along those lines. You need to pounce on the slightest thing now, because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Don't make me turn this trial around! I will! Understood, Cosma. I just realized we've been playing 2 games now. There's someone named Kazuma in it. Kazuma Kiryu in Yakuza 0 and Asogi Kazuma in Great Ace Attorney Adventures, apparently. I'll be right back. I have to pee again. Shit's just going right through me today. Right back. I muted the wrong audio. Oops! Alright, I'm back. Okay. No fierce argument took place, I know that one. I never got into an argument with a professor! All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello! Please do not get angry with me. Please do not get angry. No angry men allowed. No, I wasn't directing the retort at you. It was the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? This part does not appear to speak Japanese. Then why is she studying in Japan? It's like if I went to Germany to study, right? And I didn't speak a lick of fucking German. What the fuck is wrong with these people? No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. Not as cumbersome as English. Not as cumbersome as English. I will fucking dispute that shit. English is one of the hardest languages to fucking learn. English is the future. We must all sit. You know what? Not gonna fucking do that. That's gonna sound real racist coming from me. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever or only in the presence of a beautiful woman. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties into what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. That smirk, though. But not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Okay, gun on myself? Yeah, okay.
Yes!
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun! And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when that shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time.
Objection!
That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. Boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned, anyway. Okay, gun. Press.
Yes!
Well, that's a good question, Ryunosuke, except we all know the answer to that. The Honorable English Gentlewoman clearly stated she did not possess a weapon. Oh, well, that was not the... okay. That do. Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with the facts. In other words, he wants evidence. The lady wishes to point out that, of course, she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Hold on, she was giving a presentation. So was she giving a presentation in English and everyone was meant to understand it, or was she doing a presentation in Japanese? Which apparently she doesn't speak. And yet she's studying Japan. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out she in no way meant to run away from the crime scene. Which is why she's only too happy to cooperate and testify in court here today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. But at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. She's maintaining got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out and out totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain, which of course means her opinion is completely valid and not at all a lie. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even with your thick skin, you must be able to feel the murderous look you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in your testimony is making... Well, I can see it. I just wanted to press every fact. The first thing you need to do is press her of any statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself. I've already done that, I promise you. Expose the true face, the exotic foreigner behind the mask. Yeah, I should be aiming for. Okay, cool. I already got that. I already know what inconsistency to press. I just press everything because that is what my Ace Attorney brain has been telling me to do ever since Ace Attorney 1. Just gonna do yes.
Yes!
Oh, that's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. There's the bells again. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the fence's inability to express itself. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Well, Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? I feel like that's what that's supposed to be, minutia. What possible difference does it make, the difference of the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you trying to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. Certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Holy shit. Sorry, I just realized something in the picture that I had been... Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I had been there at all, she's saying. Okay, which is it then? She wanted to help with the investigation, or she didn't want to seem like it was there, she was there at all. I mean, those 2 statements can technically coexist, but seriously? Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that the student had just murdered the lady luncheon companion before her very eyes. We can't blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in a state of disarray. We can, actually! Bitch! I can see why your fucking descendant's name is Pain! That's absurd! Oh, really? So, do we take that you are now going to accuse a vulnerable, young, beautiful woman of mischief? What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained why she removed the glass from the scene, and now. However, the fact remains that this glass had absolutely no bearing on the case. Bullshit, Pain. I know his name is Ayuchi. I'm gonna keep calling him Pain. That's who his descendants are. Fuck you. The student had been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. This student had been trying to confuse the court with facts and logic. You know, things that don't belong in court at all. dare you bring logic into court, sir?
No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel, for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. She took the glass away in her handbag. If there's deeper significance, there it's the glass! No, damn it, I didn't mean to do that. Shit. In fact, she took the glass that has a deeper significance here. Why do you think that? Because it's the property of the restaurant. Not some harmless act of pilfering. It's like taking a bar soap home from the public baths, isn't it? You take soap from the public baths? What? No! I mean, that isn't significant here. It's very significant, but... It's very significant. But this isn't the time or place. There are more important things to concentrate on now. I think you should reconsider your position, too. Oh, yeah, hold on. I guess the handbag. If it's not the glass, then it's probably the handbag, huh? Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which she could it would perfectly possible to conceal a gun.
You're right.
Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. Hold on. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. And as he didn't fire the gun, we can deduce there had been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order, order, order! What's the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ayuchi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have the chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Blood. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print of the photograph. Hey, what's that? What's that right there? The fuck is that? Why is a bull on his hand? Why is there a bull there? Photograph that I thought it would be, Why is her handbag clear? Well, I never. You would see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like this are the height of fashion in London at the moment. Also, highly ineffective. If you're carrying valuables, a thief could literally see what you had in your fucking handbag. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there are no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ah! As you can see, there's nothing... there's nothing to imply Mrs. Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping prove that, Naruto-san. Oh my god. Order, order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. You know, only one logical conclusion is there. Well, someone has to go to jail. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. And a fact you can chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Cosma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Cosma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Unless someone comes through that door and provides some evidence, like they probably said they were going to.
Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little...
Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby...
Yes! Wait, Your Excellency! Ryunosuke, I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. This is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As this photographic print has just been submitted, it appears to have been no further significance. There's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I can make my ruling. Now that means if there was a problem with this evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on this case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag of the gentlewoman carrying on the day of question. There can be no problem with this evidence. Except there is. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke.
I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If I could only put my finger on it.
Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What? Oh my god. He ready to fuck someone up with that gavel.
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So, take another look at the photographic print, Inspector Osonaka submitted before.
Record where in this print we see the significant detail which you have alluded. So, I'm pretty sure it's this, but let me look around for a second. Okay. And we see the glass here, so that's fine. No other real... That's the chair. Yeah, we need to know what this is. The fuck is this?
Yes!
Look at this here. It's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist.
That is true. Looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what this new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector.
The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the postmortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we?
And no possible way of knowing either.
If only this were the Ace Attorney games. The future ones, not the ones set in 1800s Japan.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor A2 points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise detail of his burn.
Man, liquid's going right through me today. I'll be right back. Fucking hell, I gotta pee. Again.
Oops, did not mean to do that, so I'll be right back.
Was just gone for a second, Batata. I had to pee, so. Alright. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It seems Miss Brent has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? You believe this burn has something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Bullshitting until something useful comes along. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, we can do that. We may be able to prize the shutting door. Prize? Do you mean pry this shutting door back open again?
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed. I'm afraid without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture.
If we had evidence, evidence that is irrefutably linked to the burn on the victim's wrist in the case, then you would allow it?
I would, yes.
To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. As soon as you pointed it out, what did I notice? What I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? Oh. To find some link between the burn and the case. Alright. This is the moment of truth. Time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. Okay. Now this is where I really gotta think. I wouldn't fucking know, dude. So let's just examine some of this. Oops. Examine this question here. Examine all this shit. Okay, nothing to do with that, I don't think. It doesn't... Oh, there goes the drift. I do have a bit of drift again. No. Don't think there's anything that could be look like a fucking bull symbol on there. Post-mortem report. Bullet. Photograph of handbag. Gotta be a bull symbol somewhere in here, huh? A rose symbol. Sort of. Okay, hold on. Let me read some of those then. Okay, so university collar pin. To the curdle of the 2 p.m. and it was loss of blood and gunshot bullet out past the victim's body. Photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. Sketch of the restaurant's layout on the back and the front. Professor Naga. Oh. Okay, yes, I know now. I thought maybe something. He's... Yes, I know. Oh my god. Report card. There's something I'm missing then. What about this? He put his hand on the plate and it was hot? Well, this. Oh, oops. This.
Yes!
What's this, Council? Yet another print?
Yes, Your Excellency. I believe these photographic prints are an amazing invention. When humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time of the recorded it forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible on this other photograph. How did the victim know to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean.
Explains the...
What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? The plate, motherfucker! The plate, motherfucker!
Yes!
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. Plate?
Oh! Oh! Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. The emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape.
Ah!
Yonosuke, you genius! You spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case... We can't know if it happened in the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Iichi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? Can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it would have suffered. It wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense has just pointed out. This is no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. Inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
As if those are mutually exclusive, sir. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective just said,
Anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. Which fucking means somehow that burn was acquired post-mortem. Bitch! That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid on the wrist... He did it when he died. He slumped over for a little bit, and for a little bit, it landed on the stake. Why would it have landed on the stake? The stake wasn't in front of... What? Now I'm confused. Hold on. Professor Kirsley laid his on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day. That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us, without question, would have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ryushi? Yeah, well, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. What? How? There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he severed the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson No. There was no way he was already... There was no way he was already deceased, right? There was no way. Oops. There's no fucking way he was already fucking dead. This isn't a Weekend at Bernie's thing, right? It has to be this, though. I mean, was the sleep made? No. He would have screamed out. He would have immediately woken from sleep. So he was... How was he dead already? No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from one in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please, counsel. Explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ryushi, it's you who have no grasp of it, with no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered the burn while at the restaurant. Hold on.
This whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Ugh. Your Excellency, the court must hear from the witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency!
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy. But rest assured, all reasonable doubts must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment.
Thank you, Your Excellency. She's gonna speak perfect Japanese. Or smile. What was that smile?
Yes, of course.
Oh, hold on. British.
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Oh!
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all.
Yeah, like you've been fucking saying, you idiots! But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Wow. What a dick.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Oh, yeah, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
The judge is like, I am done with this bitch. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson.
So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. I have 30 minutes to fucking sum up this goddamn game. Let's go. The victim's death.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the postmortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot.
Because they don't do an autopsy here!
If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Ever heard of poison? You know, the thing that usually leaves no trace upon the body?
But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court's history. Thank you.
Easy does it.
I hope that it's the last time when I have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady.
And it seems very clear from your testimony that boorish talk the victims burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed this little bully of a student, as you put it. Doesn't miss much. Sure, I don't need to remind you, Counsel, but this is your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with the witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Who does that? Who does that in the games, man? They do this in the games. Someone does it. I don't know who. You receive the cross-examination. So, okay, let's go through that again. See if there's anything I can immediately pick up. Fortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought me my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way of a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative... okay, hold on. Okay, let's see. Bullet did not pass through the body. I feel like I do have to press these to get more information here.
Yes!
But his hand was on a searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived in this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours have been wide open. You cannot have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Ah! Haha, what fun! You hadn't realized? Dear lady is absolutely right! As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can... Eugene. Pain.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway... A mistake, Professor, and I were the best of the toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Although? Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water I delivered at the stick on the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway, as far as I've heard, the person who report showed no other possible deaths besides the gunshot.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't gonna kill us. Challenge accepted, motherfucker! And as there were no signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it could only be from the bullet from the gun that put the, from your gun that put the end of this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it would not have been able to make a burn like that.
Attention!
And yet the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest, until you're able to shortcut evidence to disprove that, is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Ayuchi is right.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Osanaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. Wouldn't be physical traces of all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, yet go and dare to tell everyone exactly how you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought! Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Ayuchi, will cut down any who dare cast such suspicions, whatever. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. Poison! Like poison! 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 This is evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. I don't think there's anything here that would give me anything, but let's just proceed.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Oh my god. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, What's that? What the fuck is that? Hello? Can I move? I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? Haha, a killer blow! The lady is formidable, she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ayushi's finally trying to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Osanaga. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. Need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some sort of clue somewhere to help us chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing on that last statement one more time. You think so, but... this time, instead of targeting the woman herself... let's see if we can get her out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Cosmo's thinking. So I can switch like right now? Apparently not. I didn't mean to fuck. Oops. Wrong button! Oops! Shit! Wrong button! Wrong lever! Why do we even have that lever? Pull the lever, Crunk. Wrong lever! Alright. Brace. Brace. Brace, please.
Yes!
What do you mean by that?
Wait.
How do I... Yes, there it is again! The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective had been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. But right, look at him, he's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett. Person making a current statement. Oh god. I move the marker left and right with that button. You can turn your attention to the other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. You ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand? Take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across the blah blah, yeah, Pursue with A and see what's on his mind. So here we go. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation...
Wait.
Excuse me!
Excuse me? Yeah, what's the meaning of this?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking about something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady said next to you had to say? Violins. Violins.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. You can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved with this case.
Inspector Hosonaga,
Yes.
you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett?
Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. Preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Hold on. Actually, I had to cough there too, fuck. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touch a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that the bottle of carbonated water that I took from the victim's table on the day of question? And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it.
I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle of which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question.
Very well, Counsel. You may examine the crowd. Resume. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor.
Okay. 1 second, I want to examine the bottle. Hold on for 1 second.
Just going to examine.
It was written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. You know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. Look, it's very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking.
Then go to France and ask.
You could just say that you don't know.
So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had? Looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Well, it was just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that! For one thing, that's evidence. Can't go drinking evidence. Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. More ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Ugh. Oh, okay. Still look tender. Alright. Oops. Options. Oh, I can't save. Ah, I see. There we go. And present the carbonated bottled water.
What is this? The bottle of water?
Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from a bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Oh. Ah. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling what your trash accusations work too, I guess. Accusation could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that that woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack of... Ah! It is you who should be silent. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not? Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested what's inside the bottle and its contents.
And? What did you find, Inspector?
I ordered tests for every toxin available in this country at the present time. Yes, but what about in Britain? Find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! No! We are almost at time. I might have to go over. The fuck? Hold on. I gotta check something. One second. Okay. Alright, that was just a spam text. I got a text saying that my Los Angeles Angels tickets are on the way and thank you for your purchase at game time. They must have had the wrong number, because I just checked my bank. There was no purchase of that. Oh, then fuck. Ugh. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. Hold on, I need to check something. 1 second. Check. See if there's any more to this trial. Wait. Ace. Attorney. Adventures. Walkthrough. Looks like there's still a good, like, hour-ish. So we're probably gonna end here and just continue on Thursday. I was hoping to finish the first trial by, I mean, we could continue. Very much could. Let's see. Thank you, Counsel. I think the cross-examination clarified everything. Oh, wait, no, it might honestly have... I might honestly have a little less than an hour. The prosecution has asserted a shot to the chest and the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding the weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point?
Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Hello? Please, wait. Isn't that...
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Migitoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Migitoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Oh, to be continued, actually. Yeah, let's continue this next time then, huh? Perfect, honestly. We've come up on a little over time. So yeah, let's do that. You know what? I really could have. I really wish I could have finished today, but we are up on time. And honestly, I'm getting a little tired of talking. A little tired of voicing here. So I think that will be it for today, but do not worry, you won't have to wait long for the next part. If you are as dying if you are dying to know the results of this case as I am, I will be doing another stream on Thursday. What was the schedule I set for myself? It was Thursday. It was today, Thursday. Today, Thursday, Saturday, possibly Saturday, and also, hold on, and also possibly Monday. So, hopefully, we will get to resolve this case on Thursday. But until I see you guys again on Thursday, I hope you're having a wonderful night/day wherever the hell you live. And bye.
We are so glad you came. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye now. Bye. Bye-bye. Remember, please discard all candy wrappers and popcorn containers in the nearest trash receptacle.